That's right, we were on the UwUtreemania. I don't know about Dream Settler, like I don't get why we had to replace Hypno with colonialism. It's a different company. I think Hypnospace went under because of all the fucking Merchant Soft stuff. I think Merchant Soft is dead. So the company that did Net Settler was the competitor. And I guess their new product is Dream Settler. So... if I remember the lore correctly. Alright, there's actually a lot we needed to do in this game. Quite a bit we need to do in this game. Okay, so where we left off in this, Crocodile Clementine, the no good, very bad graduation ceremony. FYI, I'm a secret root tree. Me too, yeah. So in this game, we've discovered the root tree family tree. And NetSettler was MerchantSoft's non-sleep browser? I thought MerchantSoft purchased it. I could be wrong. It might have been a Dylan Merchant project. They might have made NetSettler. I don't remember. Tree's a lot bigger than the last time I was here. Yep. So we filled out the whole tree. And now we're on to part 2 of this game, which is the trees getting messy. Because there are affairs, illegitimate children, and legitimate ones. And it turns out Clark wasn't the messiest bitch of the family. Yeah. Clark just had a couple of divorces and some cheating, but holy shit, guy. What the fuck? This isn't the gardening stream I was hoping for. Oh, we're gonna prune some of these motherfuckers, let me tell you. So who do you think Crocodile Clementine got married to? Oh, and then divorced from, I guess. Alright, so the company records are new. We haven't looked at any of these yet. Why don't... These are from 1975, 76? Okay. So these are from 75 to 84 or so. Illegitimate, legitimate, and super legitimate. You were given some partial staff records to cross-reference by Sam Madsen, based on old tax mailing information, and only detailed the employees that work directly for Roottree or their corporate office. The many laborers on their farms and in their factories are not listed. Cross-referencing guys' secretaries and visits overseas. Spider searching people just because they're listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. I see. Thing is, what we need to do is find Joanna, Guy's secretary, in 1975. So this is when Zach was president. Ed Roottree and Carl Monroe. I think both of those are, in the tree. Lloyd Carpenter, Elizabeth Cravensworth. Eli C. We know that guy. Fred Cross and Albert Cross, we don't know. Joanna Robertson. Sam Madsen. You know her. And John Miller. Ah. Eli C. was what, the lawyer? I think so. That's, this guy. He's in advertising. So we have Joanna. Was it Robertson? Yes, and I think that's the case. Okay, so this was from 75. Some longevity. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 77, it was announced Zach would be retiring and Guy would be taking over at the start of 78. They held a retirement party in November. I 100% thought the picture of Joanna was a picture of Jesus at first. EC notably not on the company list, yeah. Guy Hudson replaced Ernest Madsen as special management. Patrick Decker was hired. Eli C. is no longer employed. Huh. Interesting. Why? Ernest Madsen Jr. now listed under product management. Christine Farrow was hired. Joanna Robertson is no longer listed among the secretaries, but a Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. Ah. There we go. The next year, Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed. Christine Farrow is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Christine Garland has been hired. John Miller is no longer employed by Roottree. Gwyneth Madsen was hired. So Guy was brought in, Joanna Fellows was brought out the same year. She was brought out and Guy moved up. He got a promotion. Beth Knox 50-year work anniversary bonus. Zach Morton retirement party. In 78, Guy Hudson took over. This began a particularly volatile period in the company's staffing. Many travel expenses were listed, and Guy began trying to develop new 5-piece flavors. Oh boy. Guy Hudson replaces Zach Morton. Edward Roottree, Elizabeth Cravensworth, and Lloyd Carpenter.
The stream is good now. Blim.
Hi, Matt. How are you? Are no longer employed by Roottree. Raffertoons is now listed as office staff. Who dis again? Clark. Right. Redirects to a site for a telephone number called 1010-250, which frustratingly keeps popping up advertisements in new windows every few seconds. Cool. Huh. Right. Time to call that number. I don't know about that. Clark Rafferty of Raffertoons, right? Okay. Actually, what's Chris been up to? During your initial search, you came across Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page about the root trees. Page still exists and is thriving. Visitor counter has reached 7 digits. The recent uprising in root tree news has left Thomas Overwood with a constant stream of events to base new theories on. Oh no. More than one of his theories involve root tree deaths being faked. Statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who have died in a family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math! Do the math! This newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with the post mentioning that he's begun to believing the guy's not dead theory. One of his posts details the belief that Ron Roottree is still in charge, Gwyn Roottree's death was faked, and that Clark is only there to throw people off. Apparently this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop their new candy in secret. One of his first album songs, when he was performing under the Devil name, actually mentioned that he wanted to have sex with Raina. Kind of. Sure. The author of 6 Pieces isn't real. Sam Madsen is an anagram for am madness. They're purposely leaving hints for us. It's predictive programming. I see. Seems like an excessive amount of conspiracy for a candy company. I know. There's also a request at the bottom.
We all am madness here, TL Froggy.
Next year, 2000, is a leap year, and Overwood is looking for funds and volunteers to catch the root trees red-handed in Operation RT-29. He specifically mentions not to volunteer if you've ever drunk Spirit Cola, but doesn't go into why. Right, because that's when everybody's gonna die, right? From drinking Spirit Cola. Here we go. Chris Rafferty's Prodigy site seems to have been discovered by the masses. Go on to the art pictures of his cousins. That's a list of questions that people keep mailing him. The most relevant ones are the following. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me, and he calls me once a month. Came to visit me at college. Tells me about things I don't remember and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. I hate how much usable information actually comes from this stupid conspiracy website. Did you ever meet the Rootrees? I used to know the Rootrees, but never the sisters. I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory's weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. I have a photo from when I was 5 in the office and my dad and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories of that come from the picture or not. Huh. You spelled fiancé wrong. I'm not good at spelling and writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu's much better at spelling. Fucking got him. Huh. Interesting. Him, his father, and Guy Hudson. Okay. Huh. Well, there's Chris. Stupid little baby face. And there's Clark. And here's Guy. Guest appearance from the Boys and Girls Agree poster. True. It's Guy and Guy. Wait, she's got a tattoo. I can't tell if it's a flower or... I don't know why it would be the symbol on the ambulance. So I'm thinking it's probably a flower. Oh, I can zoom in on the picture. There we go. See what I mean? Maybe she's a nurse? She might be. Could be like the paramedic symbol. But I think it's a flower. All right, 1980. Terry O'Connor was hired. Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. Susan Ford. Here we go. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. Special Services Interpreter. Huh. Thomas Green, Michael Caine, Elizabeth Farrow, and Jack Keatings are no longer employed. Emily Seinfeld and Sam Cattrall were hired. Interesting. Yeah, something happened overseas. Christine Garland. Beatrice Watson, Corrine Schwartz. So what are the expenses? Oh, God. $52,000 presidential office refurbishment. $10,000 a month in 5 pieces flavor development caviar. $7,500 Edward Roottree retirement party. Christmas tree bash, New Year's Eve ball. Travel expenses Australia, China, France, Brazil, $190,000. 5 pieces flavor development in butterscotch. Another year's worth of caviar development. Butterscotch is a good flavor, at least. It's all right, yeah. I don't know how it mixes with maple, but... I don't think Miracle Berry's a good fit for maple either, though. Better than caviar, sure. 4th of July spectacular New Year's Eve ball. Interesting. Why are all these parties $7,500? Like, exactly $7,500. Zach Morton's retirement party was $20K. A little weird, that's all I'm saying. Susan Ford moved to office staff. Okay, from interpreter. Got it. Douglas Rosenberg no longer employed. Ed Morrison and Robert Andrews were hired. Ed Morrison no longer employed. Oh. Blim. Hi, Ed. Bye, Ed. Do we know an Ed Morrison? We know the Mordens. I don't. And we know the Madsons. There's Sam Cattrall. I don't think we know any... I don't think we know any Morrisons. Volatility continued. Many new employees didn't tend to stick around very long. Got it. I'd try a caviar 5-piece. I don't know if I would. I don't know if you could pay me to put that in my mouth. Susan Ford no longer works in this department. Flavor development, strawberry. Flavor development. What is this? Jigua? What is this? Chinese word for watermelon. Oh, so, okay, well, he was spending time in China. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Huh. Is it pronounced Jigua? My Chinese is very bad. I apologize. Shigua. Okay. Your 5 pieces just don't have the same rhythm as the last. caviar, butterscotch, strawberry, shigwa. More butterscotch, more caviar. New Year's Eve ball, another $7,500. Another 4th of July, another Christmas tree bash. Strawberry, shigwa, butterscotch, caviar. Ganondorf dove. Sorry, wait a minute. Grandorf dove donation of $250,000. I read that the same way. The Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Root Trees officials used to be in Butler County. According to their website, it was formerly named Grandorf Dove because Grandorf was the last name of the founder. Dove is the Danish word for deaf. Founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. In the 90s, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in those early days. Huh. Ganondorf dove. Staff is listed on the website. You scan through all the biographies and find the principal, Miss Ford. Fluent in 5 languages, including ASL. Huh. She's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. She was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Okay. This is important. Okay. Hang on a sec. So, page 1. Susan Ford. Hired as an interpreter in 79. Moved to office staff in 1980. $250,000 to her school. Huh. I was like 8 pages deep by the time I got this file. Oh. The principal, Miss Ford, is fluent in 5 languages. I'm going to highlight this whole thing. This could be important. Grandorf School for the Deaf. Okay. Hudson Wing. Expansion to Grandorf Dove, now Grandorf School for the Dead. Built in 82. It's a separate, smaller building, half a block from the main campus. Offers ASL courses for the family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to their history site, they got their name after the president of the Root Tree Company generously donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building. School for the what now? The deaf. There's a very vague history section. You can somewhat fill in with details from other information you've seen about the school. The donation came at the insistence of an employee of Root Tree at the time. She learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing even existed, to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. Interesting. The Hudson Wing opened when she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first, it only operated on weekends. Since then, it had added some afternoon classes. Okay. So... Hudson Wing, because Guy Hudson, right? Interesting. So... Susan Ford's gonna be in here somewhere, right? Like, almost certainly. Because Guy just cannot. He just can't stop. Guy Hudson died in May of '82. First few months of that year continued along the same pattern. Quickly changed when Ernie took over. Most of the extraneous expenses ended. And all of the secretaries, most hand-picked by Guy Hudson, were let go. Huh. Carl Roottree joins as special management. Susan Ford no longer employed by Roottree. Ernie Madsen Jr. no longer works in this department. Douglas Rosenberg was rehired. Huh. Huh. Was let go or quit. I'm not sure. No secretaries are directly employed by Roottree. Instead, uses a temp agency called Work Time Temp. Company with many offices all over the United States. The Roottree Candy Company is listed on their site as one of the companies they do business with. Okay. Pirate Yakuza demo? Ooh. I don't know if I want to play it. I don't know. Victor Logan hired. Sam Madsen no longer employed. 5 Pieces flavor department Sugar Plum. Cancelled after 5 months. Strawberry. Shigua. Butterscotch. Caviar. Another one of those New Year's Eve balls. Fred Gleason 50-year work anniversary bonus. Root clothing reimbursement. Whoa! Okay. That investment really paid off, didn't it, Carl? Huh. Jeez. Carl knew what he was doing? Apparently. Watchman of the Year, baby! Where are we gonna get another picture of Zach? I'm glad we found these extra pictures of Clark and Chris. That's good. Huh. Wow, all these happened between 75 and 82? Wild. Just Wild. Guy was busy, apparently, yeah. Also, he handpicked all his secretaries. That's so gross. I'm really concerned about the implications of this. I feel like most of them are going to wind up being employees. Ugh. Guy's honestly so bad. Oh, so bad. There's very few things grosser than, like, having a sexual relationship with one of your employees. Good news, Clark. You're not the worst root tree. Clark seems kind of middle of the road. Honestly. Everyone else sucks a lot. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, Clark did cheat on his first wife. No, he didn't. No, they broke up. He cheated on his second wife with her own sister, but also, I don't know, I feel like they were pretty young at the time. He married his first wife at like 16. That's right. Because Lauren put that in her book. So he probably remarried around like 18, 19. So he was like a dumb kid when he did that. And as far as I can tell, his third marriage has lasted and he cares about his 2 kids, or his 3 kids now. So I don't know. I think he pulled his shit together. I'm not sure though. Eventually, I think he got his shit together. Yeah. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. A caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Huh. This is complicated to me. A caterer met her daughter So we're looking for a Garland? Working at an Antonelli's. The most recent times was when it was closed. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on. There's a puff piece from Valentine's Day 1978 that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded. She and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve worked extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. They reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Now she's got a bun in the oven. She's a secretary but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston. Okay. So they eloped in 77? Interesting. So... Interesting. If you're gonna go to any party with not your wife, that's the one to go to, I suppose? Do you think Guy was married at the time? He married Patricia Jones. I don't remember when. What's a little bit interesting to me, though, is we know that Christine Farrow wound up getting married to Steve Garland. We also know that Susan Ford married she learned sign language to communicate. Here we go. To surprise her future husband who is deaf. Okay. So both of them are or were married. And also, I'm not sure, I'm not sure if, like, I can't prove he had an affair with either of them. Although he was at a swingers party with Christine, so... Oh, actually, hang on a sec. They reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year, which would have been 1977. And if this was 75, probably one of these two, right? Is it still an affair if your wife knows? I mean, not if she's chill with it. Then it's just like an open relationship, right? Gaia's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding the markets previously untapped by Root Tree. When he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Gaia was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. I knew it. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family by using some kind of leverage. She mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam says that her son Ernie once asked her, "Who's Beth?" because he heard them arguing about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor in the farm, but she never mentioned her. Or she never met her. Let me see. So the implication is that this here would be Louis, Elias Root Tree, first president. Shit, do you hear that? It's the fuzz! This would be an Elizabeth of some sort. Shit, book it. Hide the eggs. I know just where to hide. Never mind. Let's not follow that train of thought any further. Akin. All right, I think it's very possible. Okay. Steve Garland. I think we might find a Steve Garland. I see. No. Gosh, darn it. We're Steveless. A Steveless tea. Steve of Garland Ironworks. You will regret this. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to Six Pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife, Patricia. Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private party. Oh, that would be the $7,500, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. So let's see our reminders. The Root Tree Candy Company was founded by Elias and Gwyneth. Most of the action took place on or around Butler County, Pennsylvania. Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover of magazines. Drop in the bucket compared to how much you spent on developing caviar-flavored candy. I know, right? Oh my god. Oh, there's Chris Raff 75. Okay, so I could have found it that way too. November Root Tree was really difficult to place. Her occupation could only be found via Brian Jones's company website. True. Family Man, a book about Elias Root Tree turned out to be propaganda and not useful. Huh. I don't think I ever found that one. Carolyn Morden's sculptures were not useful. Aww. Rude. Art doesn't have to be useful. Game. Did we finish the game? Oh no, goodness no. Oh, we're still working. Maybe Aloysius Red Herring Root Tree is actually a secret root tree. I would like that. I think I would like that. That would be fun to me. Okay, so that's the affair that Miracle Root Tree had. How would we figure out stuff about Elias? That seems tough to me. Candy Company has placed less of an emphasis on Elias as a historical brand-connected figure. First Anderson Maple Farm only used to be a popular tourist attraction during the summer months. It has since seen an explosion of off-season business as some religious and political groups decided to visit to show support for Elias and Gwyneth's traditional values and financial rights. The rise in support was in turn followed by pickets from gay rights activists when some particularly inflammatory organizations made their pilgrimages. Fucking evangelicals. What if we search for Gwyneth? Nope. Okay. Okay, let's check maybe... Linda Lewis didn't stay long. Yeah, their financial rights. Fuck them. Valerie Ewing. No. Catherine Garrett. No. How did we get these hints? So these ones are Root Tree Candy Company's company records that were given to us by Sam. Actually, one of these is still... That's right. In July... Okay. The Root Tree Company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release. I have an hand with the exact name down to the way it's spelled. Huh. Fascinating. Hey, Silverheart, how are you? The three press releases from the Root Tree Candy Company after the release of 6 pieces were referred to as the Root Tree Rift due to the clear conflicts between them. Oh, okay. A draft of the announcement was made prematurely and that Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Roottree would be taking over as the company's first joint presidents. Huh. The next press release immediately reversed the announcement and instead stated that Ron and Clark would take over. A few weeks later, Ron was dropped from the title entirely. Ron has done some interviews saying that the truth of what went on behind the scenes is not something he wishes to discuss. Instead, he hopes to release a movie about it someday. Don't do that. 3 weeks ago, Ron's mother, Gwen, died in Paris. Oh. He and his brother Robbie have seemingly made amends, though, so that's good. Oh. This game has me invested in the soap opera drama. Same. This is some excellent tea. She could say as well. Oh, I hope things get better soon. I'm really enjoying these root trees, though. This game's excellent. Oh, is there any new information about the Clancy Trust? Sam, her children, and her grandchildren should have been covered under the trust, according to the wording revealed during an internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie Roottree. Those who wrote the trust, Clancy Edward Roottree at the direction of Elias Roottree, purposefully deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked. In an attempt to keep Sam and her father, Edward Clancy, his own twin brother, in comparative poverty, because the rest of the family made money hand over fist, they had very little motivation to question their understanding. Huh. May I ask you a thinky thought question? Please do. Clark took over the company. His most celebrated move was his first official one. He ensured Sam's family would get their share. The trust is now under the control of a third party, Ruby Legal Enterprises. When you talk to yourself in your head, do you say I, you, or we? I think it's I. Generally. Name of the law firm that's been hired by the Roottree Candy Company, named after its head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. Are third-person pronouns an acceptable response? I would say so, yeah. Can't find much about the company from before this year, though all the articles tell the same tale. The Ruby Legal Enterprise Group now seems to have ties to multiple aspects of the Roottree Corporation, including the candy company and Root. Period. They were recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit they raised against Cicely Sanchez? Who? An author best known for Portrait of a Changed Man in 1979. Her follow-up Foreign Gospel in 1984 did not perform well critically, but sold quite respectably. She's written a few more books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh, but her first two are claim to fame. Known for nonfiction, with a focus on exploring darkness in the human psyche. Appeared in a magazine called Pictory, or Piketty, with an article about a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The issue was pulled from store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. Here we go. Okay. This is a thread I can pull. A flower, huh? Interesting. In recent years, this has included Beanie Babies, Magic Eye images, and even Red Bull. Beanie Babies! Oh, I gotta invest now. That's gonna be worth something someday. This is gonna pay for my retirement. She claims to have written an unread book about Guy Hudson. That particular issue, the Big Sass Sea Bass issue, was pulled from... I'm sorry. Okay, I think we need information about this Cicely Sanchez. Let's highlight that. I'm gonna need this. I'm gonna need this for sure. Few high-profile corporate-involved cases she was part of. Legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against a manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. I don't like that. The blurb ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company's services are a cross between traditional lawyer and PR manager? Gross. Don't like that. Alright, we need the Big Sass Sea Bass issue of Piketty. Gimme it. In an issue that focused on a talking toy fish and the demonic messages it supposedly said as the batteries ran low, Piketty had an article about a canceled book by Cicely Sanchez. The issue is said to contain pictures that Cicely did not have the rights to publish. It is Big Mouth Billy Bass, yeah. The version found in these archives is incomplete. Okay. Beelzebub? Could this popular gift be filling homes with satanic messages? Plus, this utensil that will help you lose 50 pounds. It's peak tabloid. Oh. Although, I will say, most tabloids do not print their covers in full color. Maybe that's why it's $3. This seems like a lot of ink to spill over this, you know. The story concerned an unreleased book. It used photos of guys that Cicely did not have the rights to publish. Unfortunately, the magazine was issued a cease and desist, pulled from shelves, and the version you found in your periodical search had the relevant pages removed. Oh. So it's another red herring. I'm sorry, that's not a herring, that's a sea bass. No! Dang it. Heckin'. Alright, so where are we gonna find a copy of this? Talking fish that sits on a fake mount on your wall. When you press the button to speak into it, it mimics your voice and then insults you. Many people consider it a ripoff of a more popular wall-mounted communication-based fish decoration, but the packaging makes it clear that this one does not sing. What the advertisements say set Big Sass Sea Bass apart from its competitors is a sardonic and sarcastic wit that will leave you reeling with reeling? It's oceans of fun for the whole family. You'll be hooked on this big sassy bass. I'm gonna tackle whoever wrote this. I'm glad these people are dead. Don't let them bait you into doing something fishy. That issue is removed from store shelves. The issues become a collector's item. Okay, maybe, Okay. Let's try looking for some of their books. How about that? Out-of-print softcover nonfiction. What if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true today, could disappear in an instant? All your politics, relationships, gone in the blink of an eye. Would you still be you? Cicely Sanchez tells this powerful true story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. You won't be able to put it down without wondering, what if that were me? Okay. Foreign gospel, perhaps? 1984? A man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and begin to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. Returned to the United States just over 2 years claiming to have succeeded. Huh. Interesting. You won't be able to put it down without wondering, what is this guy's problem? Like, what the fuck? Wait a minute. Oh my goodness. Steph, how are you? The heck were you up to today? Oh my goodness. How's it going? Welcome on in, y'all. It's great to see you today. We're playing some The Root Trees Are Dead, which is a game that I have been enjoying the hell out of. Like, so much. It's one of these cute little... Okay, so there's like this new type of game. It's a new genre that's kind of shown up recently, and I love it. It's my favorite. It's like, I don't know what to call these. Deduce 'em ups. It's like an investigation game. It's like Obra Dinn. And I love them because it's like Obra Dinn and like Golden Idol.
I was playing the new Warriors roguelite. It's like they played Hades and decided all the content got in the way of dodging a spam.
Oh, that doesn't sound great.
Every bun lucky bun look, it's almost been a whole 2 years.
Thank you for 53 months though. Oh my goodness. Skitch, thank you for 13 months. Oh my gosh. Thank you. But yeah, this is like an Obra Dinn type game that takes place in the 90s, and we're trying to fill out like the names, photographs, and occupations of an entire family tree. And all of the drama that ensues. It's pretty good. Duck Detective was really good. I can't wait for the sequel. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that stuff. That's really weird. Ugh. Why can't they just make a good Warriors game? Because, like, Koei Tecmo can make good games. I really liked Wild Hearts. I liked Neo and Neo 2. I liked Rise of the Ronin. Like, they can make good games. Why do they just not? When it comes to, like, their most popular franchise. I don't get it. Warriors. Here's what I want. Is I want another Nintendo licensed Warriors game, except I want them to use the Advance Wars license. I want them to make Advance Warriors, where you're like playing as a CO, and then you get like a bunch of tanks and stuff. That's what I want. I think that would be cool. I want straight up Mario characters. Oh, sure. I could see that. Donkey Kong would be pretty good for that, actually. I don't know if there's enough characters, though. Andy and Hawk beat the crap out of each other. Pokemuso? They could do it. I don't know though. I feel like the Pokemon spin-off games usually wind up being, I don't know. They made a Pokemon spin-off strategy game with the people that did Nobunaga's Ambition. And they had like a bunch of like historical like Japanese historical figures with Pokemon. And it was boring as shit though. Which was a shame. So I don't know. I want a Poke Monster Hunter? That could be cute. I think they should just make a Monster Hunter game that's a dating sim, though. Can we do that? Can we just have a game where we get to date the monsters? I want to kiss a Puke Puke. I'm just saying. The ability to send 5,000 Team Rocket thugs flying. No, I can see the appeal. Like, why can't I date a Tobi Kadachi? Or a Narakuga? Like, you know, I don't know. I'm just saying. Just getting impaled by Nier Gigante. Mizutsure? That's a good choice. Absolutely. So you know what's a cool thing that this game does that I really, really like? Is you can like highlight text in here, and then you click highlight, and then it just adds it to your book of notes. And then it creates a link that you can click back to that page where you found it. It's great. It's so good. What's the blue shark one that can inflate real big? I think that's Dodo Gama? Is that right? It's been a while since I played Monster Hunter. Written a few more books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh, but her first two are her claim to fame. Okay, so she was commissioned to write a book for Guy Hudson. But the book was never released, and the magazine article about it was in an issue that was pulled off of store shelves. Which made it a collector's item. And even though we found the edition... Oh, man. Oh, Hypnospace Outlaw is so good. Would you like a hint? I don't think I need one quite yet. They really went on damage control after 6 pieces? I think this was way earlier than that. I think this was like back in the 80s. You find a recently finished online auction that listed a copy at over $1,000, though nobody bid. Oh wait, what was the issue date on that? June of 99? Huh. Okay. So that was this year. Huh? Huh. So I'm thinking perhaps we need to look for Ruby Sprat in some of our periodicals. Oh! Right! That's what I wanted to do. Okay, because heckin' We looked up a thing that said Ruby Legal Enterprises was outside of Portland. Yeah. That's it. Featured in the Portland Telegraph when she was in high school in an article called Local Teen Making Change for Foster Care System. Grew up in the foster care system, was apparently the valedictorian of her school, and was a Girl Scout who at the time of the article was earning her Gold Award. It required a project to help the community. Ruby chose to raise money to build a foundation she called Foster Fountain. Fountain has a few small pedestals that stick up high above the water. People are expected to toss coins into the fountain for good luck. It will be encouraged to aim for the top of the pedestals. All coins scraped from the bottom are slated to be donated to Portland's foster care system. A coalition of local businesses that sponsor the fountain have committed to matching any of the donations that successfully land on the targets. That's kind of cute. Okay. Bromazo. Thank you so much for the follow, my fur and whiskers. How you doing? All proceeds. Website for Portland's Parks and Recreation mentions under a trivia section. It was conceived by Ruby Spratt, an alumni of the foster care system. Fountain is unique. Okay. Me. Not that important. Though maybe I should make a new page for Ruby Spratt. Just in case I need this. Not sure about that. Yeah, maybe she's listed in Business Watch? Whoa, okay. Oh, okay, got it, okay. Sure. There's an article about the process that interviews both Clark and Ruby. She actually approached the Retrees sometime in late March after the rift. An accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for very little money, so long as she could be a public face to build her reputation. She's working for exposure. Clancy Edward Rootree's implementation was not legally sound, and that there would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. Decided to put her in charge of the trust, both legally and as a public face to prevent further issues. Helped them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family and declaring that they had begun to address the Clancy Trust. Weirby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust and organizing charitable causes such as scholarships that have been set up in name of the deceased. Interesting. Never work for exposure. Also, hi Pixie, how are you? I don't know, Pixie. I've seen plenty of your artwork. There's some forced exposure in there for sure. I think there's plenty of exposure happening. Ow. Oh, that's not work, yeah. Mid-Eastern University. Midway between Maine and Miami. Okay. The Spectres. The Fightin' Spectres. Of course. Huh. Hederald? Got it. Okay. Mid-Eastern University. Huh. Okay. Put those flippers away! Ruby Spratt graduated top of her class from Mid-Eastern's Legal College. Heavy focus on wealth inequality. This didn't go over well with the predominantly middle to upper class audience in attendance. Huh. Felt like the ideal occasion for a celebration of an undoubtedly incredible individual. There are many in the audience that wish that neither of these events had transpired. There's a passionate attempt to use her soapbox to proselytize her fellow students and their parents into the religion of poverty, but unfortunately, judging by the silence, they remain unconverted. Wait, Ruby based actually? Wait, Ruby based? Aww. Ruby might be based. That's who they put in charge of the trust? Yeah. Huh. Oh, Johnny, I'm so sorry. I saw you posted about the package arrived and that you didn't get it. That sucks. Bleh. Maybe she'll try to fix the Clancid Trust, actually. Maybe she's working to secretly fix it. I wonder. I'm gonna get this as a highlight. So, who else do we know that went to this university? The money belongs to the candy-loving people. Hell yes. Do we know anybody else that went to Mid-Eastern University? I wonder. So the other people in that photo important? I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think they're just silhouettes. It's not like we can see any of them. Hey, where was, hang on a sec. Let me look up, old Crocodile Clementine. Lost his job in 75 as a pilot for a regional airline. The pilot was drunk. Emergency landing in Portland. He was arrested in 94 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. That's right. San Diego. Train guy was drunk. We still need that other picture of Zach. I don't know where we're gonna find that. I'm sure we're gonna find it with, I'm sure he's got pictures with Guy, right? We'll probably find that somewhere. I don't remember seeing the search periodicals button. Might have been patched in, you know. This game has been getting constant updates, so that is quite nice. Susan Ford was hired in 78 to 79, moved to office staff between 80 and 81, and then no longer employed by 82. So she could fit almost anywhere in here. Christine Farrow. Hired in 76. Left in 79. Went to a swingers party with Guy. Cicely claims to have written an unread book about Guy Hudson. He was only president of Root Tree for a few years in the late 70s and early 80s, has mostly faded into obscurity, except for the fancy flavors debacle. Root Tree's lawyers have been quick to threaten litigation to anyone who's tried to disparage Guy or the company in public. Okay. You know what? I'll bet Ruby has a copy of this. The magazine itself had to be part of the court case, right? Have a good night, Coldfire. It's a shame we don't have a periodical that's like access to court records. Yeah, we don't have like a legal periodical, which is a shame. It's just a letter telling someone to knock off whatever they're doing. Yeah. Butler County Police. Just this, okay. Yeah, the Time Travel Archive is just the old page from the first part of the game. Which is awfully fancy for 1999 to have an Internet Archive Wayback Machine set up. I don't think that came out until way later. Fiasco, 6 pieces. Internet Outside Council. I guess we haven't checked into Root much recently. Root has been showing up a lot. I think you spelled it wrong though. It's got the period in it. It's gotta have the period. Contains no new information. Most recent catalog has an entirely black cover with no text on it. Managed by a designer who is apparently Brenda White's second command. You recognize her name and she seems unrelated to her search. You don't recognize. There's also a scholarship page. Okay. The Root Sisters Fashion Scholarship. It is awarded to 3 underprivileged high school girls each year. Gives them an opportunity to show off their designs on professional models on a real runway. Interesting. Scholarships were mentioned in the Ruby Legal Enterprises site. Yeah. Fund was created directly from shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Root Tree Sisters if they were still alive. Okay. Oh, no, wait a minute. I want this to go to this page. There we go. Okay. Ruby seems to have a couple of threads worth pulling. News Time covered a lawsuit between Ruby Spratt and Cicely Sanchez. Okay. Piketty apparently announced they would be pulling their issue the following day. the moment that Ruby Legal Enterprises threatened them. Caused the issue to sell faster than any other in the magazine's history, though only for a day. Even people that would never have normally purchased it went out of their way to buy one. An expert legal analyst from News Times states that it was unlikely that Ruby could have had the story pulled if it had gone to court. Piketty likely got more eyes on it than it would have if the root trees just ignored the story. Huh. So who's hired Cicely for this book? It seems... I mean, she claims it was Guy Hudson. Okay. So we're gonna have to check some conspiracy websites, I think. Here we go. Thomas Overwood. Conspiracy? His newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide. The guy's not dead theory. Okay. Ah. Focuses on clues the root trees have supposedly hid all over the place. This includes on candy wrappers and print advertisements and television commercials and their jingles, etc. The story, according to the website, is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president, introduced multiple failed products. They killed off Guy Hudson and replaced him with a new president. They're certain that there's a clue to all this and that accidentally leaked in a banned article from the magazine Piketty. Yes! A scan of the magazine's cover, an interview, and some photos. Jackpot! Aw, let's go. Where's my photos? Here we go. Cicely Sanchez in Piketty. The issue of Piketty magazine it came from was pulled from the shelves. It does not label its individual photos, but photos were instead under the shared label. Cicely was provided these photos by the Root Tree Company for use in her book. So that's a Christmas party. Okay. Can I click? No. No. Okay. Not labeled individually. Okay, but that's Zach. Which is great. Okay. So now, got a couple of leads here. First of all, we can give Zach his other photo. We can put down another photo of Guy. Here. And here. Okay. That's a good start. Hang on a sec. Is that a flower? Is that a flower tattoo? I don't think it's the same one, though. Or maybe it is. Maybe it's the same one. Okay. Interesting. So that's the same lady, huh? Interesting. And then we've got... Oh, I know who these are. Huh. I think I know who these are. Is this the swingers party? It's very possible. It is a Christmas party, of course. Let's read through this and see if there's any other information here. But I do think just in terms of like meta stuff going on here, if the lady with the flower tattoo is one of these affairs, she's gonna be this one. Because that's the only one that has 2 slots for pictures. Which is a little bit metagaming, but I think it's okay. I think it's okay to say that. You claim to have been paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the root trees, Guy Hudson. Yeah, I met him on New Year's Eve, last night of 1978. Guy liked to throw big parties. I was just coming off of Changed Man and looking for my next project. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party, and they cornered me to talk about a book. It was the first time anyone recognized me from my work. I had finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great, but then none of the stuff that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Chop chop snip snip, anything with even the slightest threat to Guy's image ended up gonzo. Game mechanics are game mechanics. I mean, what was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I could boil him down to 2 traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Roottree, and second, he'd never be satisfied living the life he needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, but he really liked to exploit that to pick up women. But he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess. Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but Elias Roottree was boring as hell, and all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Roottree Legacy, with Elias on the cover. By Bess Williams. Got republished, huh? It's blatant corporate propaganda. Thank you, but it also has a picture. Kablamzo. The dictionary defines propaganda as but if they were to replace that definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. This book tells you nothing new about Elias. What you know is true feelings towards some of his extended family. You're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of this book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. The best thing it has going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. Wow. Fucking get him. Who the hell is Bess Williams? She lived outside of Miami and died tragically in a major hurricane that struck the area in 1926. Dang. Moon Pie Town is dangerous. That's a dangerous state to live in. Huh. The Boca Doral Library, not far from where she lived, was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the nonfiction section after her. The library was expanded in 1950 and closed in 1963. Interesting. Is she the one? Is she the infidelity? Ooh. Elizabeth? Beth? Bess? I don't know. Oh. Library no longer exists. Building where it once sat is the Miami Print Museum. Building is very small, admission is free, and they have room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits in their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday, a now defunct weekly newspaper. No records online. Okay. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. Doesn't seem related to your search in any way. But it sounds interesting though. Miami Print Museum. That's this website again. Okay. Merged with some other paper? Possibly. What do you think? About something like that? Perhaps. If she died in 1928, it's gotta be... Okay. Okay, we need to confirm one more then. Okay, back to this. Guided everything, good to be seen that way. He sent me this garbage book, The Root Tree Legacy, with Elias on the cover. The last time he and I met, he had even switched out his orange suits from the same green ones Elias wore. Guy knew that part of Elias's legacy was the 5-piece flavor. So that's what Guy tried to do too. Caviar was a disaster here, but it was actually somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. In Christmas '79, he went to Brazil to open the Root Tree Brazil factory. Brazil mentioned? Root Tree Brazil is one of the companies that created to manufacture and distribute tree candy. The Root Tree Everywhere Initiative. Oh shit! We're gonna get attacked by Root Tree running around Camarocho. The Root Tree Everywhere system. Kiryu's fucking running around Camarocho, and then like Elias Root Tree comes out of the sewers. Oh shit. Root Tree Brazil seems to be a success. Do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information. I don't speak Portuguese. The primary reason that the factory still exists to this day is solely to create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5 pieces bag with Portuguese writing. Huh. November comes out with a full ensemble of choreographed dancers. Oh shit. A small town named Alvalagos, near the municipality of Sao Bernardo do Campo, became the location chosen by the Root Tree Candy Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Soares heard that they were planning a new factory and petitioned them. Edson Soares? Up until '88, Brazil was run by the military. Politics during that time were a hotbed of corruption and nepotism. Edson is a former mayor of Alvalagos, Brazil. Before politics, he was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant. As mayor, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of the American business to establish new factories, distribution plants, and other business ventures in the area. Many locals were forcibly relocated. Don't like the sound of that. The military thing is a real story? Oh yes. Oh yes. This did not make him a popular mayor. His wife Sonia was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerede. He often used this connection to ensure supporters would appear. Oh, hang on a sec. Due to the removal of a different network at the hands of the Brazilian military dictatorship. Okay. He remained in office until '88, when he was defeated in the first election after the military government was no longer in control. It is not known where he has gone. He likely fled to stay alive. Huh. Interesting. I feel like I need to save some of this info. Moon Coral, how are you doing? Heckin' good to see you. There we go. Okay. It's one. It's me. How are you? Oh my goodness. Welcome on in, everybody. We're doing some mystery solving today. And I am in the thick of it. The factory was controversial. The locals did not want it there. The root trees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. It's been operating relatively smoothly except for 2 incidents. The first was Incendio do Bordo.
You know who else fled to Brazil to escape punishment for their crimes?
Oh, who that? The second one was an unsuccessful strike in '95 that involved all the factory workers being replaced. Now, I don't speak Portuguese, but incendio does not sound like a good thing to me. Factory was attacked in a case of clear arson. The air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. Last year, a news special did list this incident, as well as a few others in the small town, as a backlash to perceived corruption of the government at the time. The mayor of the city was found to be receiving a cut of the factory's profits. Uh-huh. Interesting. The factory was originally built and run, according to paperwork at the time, by a small company called Nova Corporação de Doces Brasil, which I presume I'm pronouncing incorrectly. Which translates to New Brazil Candy Corporation. This company no longer exists. Oh, yep, okay. Root trees visited Brazil around Christmas. It's adorable Portuguese pronunciation. Oh, thanks. Pretty bad though. All right, we need to check out the root tree everywhere system. Coincided with some other large changes in the company and had mixed success. Different companies related to it were all formed in very different, sometimes haphazard ways. Root tree candy had been distributed globally to certain markets, approved by Elias as early as the 1940s. This included places like Canada, Mexico, and select countries in Europe. This started with Forward had no share in Australia, Brazil, China, and France. Each of the countries had an entirely new... Give me a second. I think Rocky's having a hairball. I'm gonna go clean it up. I'll be right back. Hello, how's it going? It's good to see y'all. Poor Rocky have a little hairball. He hasn't had one in a while, though. Ugh. It was probably about time. So, they were forming new companies by making deals with local distributors, which I could understand. For some of these, definitely. I think for China, that's like legally required. Late 70s, China began to go through a period of economic reform. Lang Hongbo, who is said to personally win over the Root family, was the owner of multiple textile factories. Did not wish to import the ingredients to build a special factory and manufacture the candy in China, so instead they made a deal to import bulk, unpackaged root tree candy and label it not only for China, but additional markets. Summer of 79. Website for the Lang Tai Textile Corporation. The current CEO is a woman listed simply as Shinyu. The site doesn't list her last name, though she does appear in the family tree below Hongbo. Langtai has a few American logos on its page. One is the Rutree logo, the other is Tranquilts, and the third is Peace of Asia. Located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Huh. Nearly as accomplished as Langtai. They offer fabrics and cloths at wholesale prices. Said to be owned by husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. Their Chinese names are listed too. From using an online translator, it seems that Jerry is Han Jue and Linda is Lang Xinyao. Interesting. Anyone tried the White Rabbit candies from Shanghai? Are those the ones with the rice paper wrappers? Because those are fucking great. Those are incredible. Interesting. Should I be taking notes on this too? This feels important. That's why Guy would have needed a translator. Yeah, if he's opening up other markets and stuff. These are other people that he's been talking to. His younger brother, Lang Hongyu, is featured on the history section directly following him. Yeah, a guy was developing Chinese watermelon. This feels important. Lang Hongbo is the CEO. Okay. So I'm going to list these in like, these are the people that Guy was meeting with. I'll highlight that. And we need Shinyu. And I probably want these two. Piece of Asia seems important because it's in Pennsylvania, which I think is where this game takes place. I have not tried Tranquilts yet. Tranquil and Quilts. The name is ironic considering they're the loudest quilts you've ever seen. A flaming unicorn soaring through space with peace symbols all around it. That sounds fucking rad. That sounds fucking cool. She does appear in the family tree below Hongbo. Okay. So I'm assuming, okay, so, all right, I'm gonna copy that for a second, and we're gonna look for Xinyu, oh, no, it would be, Lang Xinyu. Here we go. Recently listed in an article on a website written by and for women. The article, entitled Empowered, is about the recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. The article states that due to her lack of brothers, she has a younger sister. Lang Xinyu took over as CEO of her father's company in '92. Some of them quit and wrote a letter stating that she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. Since then, the company has been performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. The article roughly translates it as someone that has proven they can do something well and can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader could doom us all. The article offhandedly mentions that Xinyu was an early adopter of IVF, in vitro fertilization, and helped her sister to have a child. Huh. Interesting. Okay, there's a lot to highlight here. Picture was from 1992. She was 45 at the time. So, hey Kai, how are you? Oh my goodness. Yeah, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Oh my goodness. Doing good, been a minute. It has been. It certainly has been. Glad you're doing good. Okay, that's the only mention of that guy. Alright. Welcome on in, Raiders. Do you think... Are these the characters for Root and Tree? Do you think? Soon to be moving out. And in with the GF. So when that happens, I might go back to Cooleg. Ooh. Second does seem to be Tree based on a quick Google search. Excellent. I had a feeling because I recognize some of the radicals. Like the first one here is often a tree. So, yeah, that makes sense. Root tree candy. That's very cute. Radical. Gnarly, even. And that would have been in 70... Jeez, with the CEO's daughter. Summer of 79. Oh my god. Dude. So this was 75. This must be 78. This would be 79. Wait. Yeah. It's the summer of 79. Oh no, party. Oh no. Oh god. But, oh no. Okay, so... S, S, X, B, C? No, wait a minute. When did he start the caviar? Caviar was first. Caviar was first, then butterscotch, then Shigua. Right? Caviar, butterscotch, Shigua, strawberry. Oh my god, I hate this. I hate this. Caviar candy, correct. Okay. So in 78, it's caviar. Oh my god, this is gonna be so bad. He didn't liaise with his illegitimate children? I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure there, actually. 79 is caviar and butterscotch. And then in 80, it's strawberry, Shigua, butterscotch, and caviar. So let me see. Christine Farrow, 75, 77. Christine Garland. Okay, so Christine Farrow has to be the second one. Gotta be. I actually don't know her last occupation, but she was the secretary. Maybe named after the affair, not the kids. That's what I was thinking. But I don't know about that actually, because the second flavor that the first flavor was caviar, which doesn't fit anything over here. And the second is butterscotch, which doesn't fit anything here. Jigua makes sense for the third one, if it is indeed who we think it is. Oh, she's the CEO of the company now, right? Oh. Yep. I'm gonna be honest, that Bess Williams was a little bit of a guess. I'm glad that it was right. That was a little bit of a leap of logic.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even
No
though
kidding.
the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few root trees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family.
That's rough, buddy.
My wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure. I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential root trees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA. What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
Rad. Okay, so it looks like it locked in all those pictures we had. Cool. Good. All right. It's part of this game where you talk to live people that aren't staring at a corkboard. Yeah. Yep.
If you're in line to have an affair with a root tree, stay in line.
Stay in line. So... here we go. Jerry and Linda Han, their Chinese names are listed. Han Junwei and Lang Xinyao. Oh, okay. Linda Han? Jerry, Linda, and Mark Han appeared recently on a website called Focus on Philanthropy. Hanging with the Hans. See. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during college. Ugh. Linda jokes the entire situation is something out of an Alanis Morissette song, with how ironic it all ended up. Oh my god. I was terrified to move to the United States, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. Somehow Jerry and I were the ones sent here. Now, I couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the US anymore. Our kids are complete opposite, though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China right now, working with my sister. Her niece, who grew up there, was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school. The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco.
Spoons when all I needed was a knife.
Precisely. That killed me. That literally killed. I'm actually dead. How ironic. Okay. So, Lang Xinyao is Xinyu's sister, not daughter. Her daughter is calling herself Lucy Lang. Is not exactly a common name? Sounds pretty common to me, actually. I don't know. Mentioned on the robotics website as part of Team Talon-Claw. Participating in a robot-based show in the UK. Probably not that one. Part of a small women's a cappella group in Los Angeles called the Gin and Tonics. Wait a minute. Hang on. Works in New York for a business called Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. Oh my god. Business Corp. BattleBots adjacent, yeah. Alright, I need to look up the Gin and Tonics in some of our music. Oh, come on, they gotta be in one of these. They've gotta be in Modern Music Monthly. I work for Business Incorporated? Limited? Team Talon-Claw. Let's look them up first. Robotics Club of Mideastern University. Three student members. She grew up in China as Min Lang, but came to the US specifically to attend university. She grew up around factory-scale machines that assembled products that would be shipped all over the world. Obsessed with smaller, more powerful hydraulics, such as the mechanism that closes Talon-Claw's weapon. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that fucking thing. Holy shit. Alright, go Talon-Claw. Can we put Talon-Claw on the tree? Alright, so this would be Min
Hell, and may I add in, yes.
Lang. College student. Single mother to Talon-Claw.
SM work in DA beginning, there was page and buns, and they did some stuff. And DA chat was made. Some of them were run, and some of them were weird, but they was all mean and queen. Except DA King UNZ and the others. And was gotta listen to page cause they's gonna take us on DA great. Big stream wah.
Aww. Zumba, thank you for the 17 months. Oh my goodness. Wog. Huh. Congratulations, you're now at the rabbit hole I fell down first. This is a good one. This is fun. I like this. Alright. So now... So now... we've got to go back. To root tree everywhere. There we go. So glad this game had robot combat. What a delight. Absolutely. What on earth is the updated TOS? Enjoy being cute, Kelleth. How are you? Alright, so guys, just having fucking affairs all over the place. I'm pretty sure Christine Farrow's the second one. I'm pretty sure. I don't know that, like, positively. But, like... like I'm pretty sure. And this would be Steve-O. Garland. And he will knock you down. Alright, so that's China and Brazil that we've looked into. Still haven't connected Brazil yet, but what about Australia? Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the Root Tree Company after he impressed the American leadership at the time. Summer of 79. Company shuttered in 92 after the death of Martin. Okay. That is pretty Australian. He had a popular brand of licorice called Martin's Licorice Bullets. You're right, that is pretty Australian. Huh. He had very unusual business agreement with the main Root Tree family in the US. 50-50 profit split with the American Root Tree Company and Martin himself. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible. Root Tree candy gained a poor reputation in Australia, and sales suffered immensely. Charles' vast fortune was passed along to his daughter Robin Martin, who sold both businesses at first opportunity. Good move. Featured in many of the top 100 wealthiest women in the world lists, she owns a private island off the coast of Australia. I take it back. She has no husband. There was widely circulated rumor somewhere in the mid-70s she had a medical procedure to ensure she would never have children. You find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous and has a punchline involving robin's eggs. Gross. For what it's worth, Martin seemed to lean in for the rumors. In the 80s, she once showed up to a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that simply said "satisfied partner" on it. Okay, based. This is a roller coaster of emotions. She seems pretty rad, but also owns a private island, which is cringe. There's a lot to unpack here. Yeah, she never married and presumably didn't have kids. So, don't know. No idea. Even if she is a root tree, I don't want to prove that because then she'll get even more money. And it sounds like she doesn't really need that. Where's that root tree everywhere? There it is. Yeah, she was apparently an adult in the 70s. Oh no, on search history. Alright, root tree France. Was a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process. CEO of Root Tree France was meant to be Tristan Robert. Huh. Seems that other countries have not been immune to UwUtreemania, as you recognize the word root tree in one of the questions. The article is in French and takes some time to translate section by section. Mentions guy by first name only, and the tale he tells is quite ugly. Oh boy. Guy, the president of Root Tree, was one of the worst men I have ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate at the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no, and I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. They lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. It seems mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the questions a bit, and the interview never returns to the subject of Root Tree. I'm surprised he was so offended by the idea of having a liaison like this. They're French. Don't they do that all the time? Maybe Guy just didn't know. Maybe this is just one of those cultural differences. Yeah, but like you shouldn't be an asshole about it. I mean, obviously, yes. Alright. Connect to Twitch, please. Hang on a sec. The tarts are frozen. Oh yeah, they're all kinds of hecked up right now. Cool. Cool and good. Defrost the pipes, boss. Alright, I think I fixed it. Okay. I wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. I assume that means 5 Ps. Yeah, it's from a few months ago. Okay, there we go. Alright.
Spider search is good, but have you tried Ask Jeeves and Hot Bob?
I have tried Ask Jeeves before. Given the other evidence we found since, it might have been a false positive. Actually, I think 5 Piece was the one that got genetically tested and confirmed. Pardon me. Goodness. São Bernardo do Campo is a real place in Brazil. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston looked up cities in Brazil that had a lot of manufacturing so that he could place a fictional factory there. He did not want to offend any Brazilians with the tale he was writing that involved corruption and politics, so the small town name he made up, Alvalagos, where the factory was located, was invented by mixing 2 other regions. Cute. Alright, root tree, Brazil. We might want to try periodicals for this one. May be able to find more by searching for individual people involved with the deals that led to the company's creations. Okay. His wife Sonia was discreetly put in charge of a television station. Oh, actually, okay. Sonia Soares? That might be worth looking into. I think we searched for the, Flavio Soares. A young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of a cult following. Discourse surrounding him is, to put it in polite terms, lewd. There's a website about something called fan fiction that has a small section dedicated to him. It seems that women and some men of a wide variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. Skim some of the tales here and there, and learn that a common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Many stories either seem to ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. We've got to kill her off to make room for the ships. There are also other more traditional fan sites that list some things about him, including his age at 18, his zodiac sign Libra, his favorite food, grilled steak, and his mother's name Sonia. Flavio translates to golden-haired. One website with a signed publicity photo of Flavio seems to confirm this. Hello, Flavio. To Natasha. Kisses from Brazil. Okay, if he's 18 and it's currently 1999, yeah, he was born in 80, 81. Ashley York. British supermodel. She's been the subject of some controversy, having been protested by PETA for wearing fur on the covers of some magazines. Okay. Here we go. I'm gonna highlight that. And that. So one of these kids might be Flavio. Possibly. Maybe. Not sure, though. A Libra, so that means September, October, right? Yeah, so probably 1980? September, October? So 9 months before that. Get a Christmas picture? That might be the Christmas party. It did say the Rutries visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Which means that I get it. I got it. I understood it. I figured it out. I got it. So, this must be Flavio's dad. This must be Sonia. This is such a creep look he's got going on. Oh my god. Okay, so this must be Ford. That must be our translator. That's why she's here. Yeah, he is not looking at her. So here's what I'm thinking. Sonia Soares. And this is Edson Soares. Sonia is in television, right? Media mogul. And then we have news anchor. Flavio Soares. That's probably about right. Yeah. Yeah, that's my guess. All right. That feels about right. Okay. And then we still don't know who this one is. Although, hang on a sec. I can't read the calendar back there. Okay, but Zach is still with the company, and he hasn't switched to green suits. He's still wearing the orange suits. So the secretary at the time of Zach's retirement. Yeah. Juliet McCullen, Joanna Robertson, Doris Mays, and Beth Knox. I feel like my brain's cooking. Joanna Robertson, but it's not her. Actually, you know what it must be? Where was, Zach Morton retirement party, 1977. I'm guessing retirement party because she's carrying drinks, right? I know this doesn't look much like a party, but they're busting out champagne for some reason, so... I'm thinking maybe it's the 1977 retirement party? 76, Christine Farrow was hired. 77, Christine Farrow is no longer listed among the secretaries, but a Christine Garland has been hired. Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed. I think that's Christine. Beth has been employed for 50 years, yeah. I don't think that's her in the photo. I think that might be Christine. Christine Garland. Nothing. Christine Farrow? Nothing. She did marry that chef guy, Stephen Garland. Have we not looked him up at all? How about searching local papers? Antonelli's. Trying to save up money to move to Boston to open their own restaurant. Okay. Boston. I don't have any newspapers from Boston. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on. I don't think that's going to be related. No. Steve Garland from Boston. Boston. There's nothing on the internet about Boston. I'm not sure it's a real place. I'm not convinced. Imagine if Boston was real. Oh, I never read page 2 of this? Did I just stop here? Oh my god. I haven't even finished reading this. Okay. I stopped at Root Tree, Brazil. I got sidetracked. Alright, hang on a sec. Huh. That's where I go to get chicken in Boston Market. Guy was always hopping around the world trying to recreate that success. So how come the book never came out? It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anybody in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. Okay. Huh. I could pull my name off the book at any time. Do you know why he never released it himself? If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. In 81, months after I had already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Do you know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it in big shiny embossed letters. Like all problems in his life, throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count, and the narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. The dinner was good. Imported steak that likely cost as much as a month of my mortgage. And we all got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress, Susie something, into the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl, I remembered her from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. He died soon after, and that was the last it ever came up. Susie? Oh, okay. So Susie... Is that Susan Ford? It has to be. Trips overseas, right? She looks so unhappy in this picture, though. I'm gonna choose this one instead. Susan Ford. And she's currently a teacher? Cause, oh, principal. Yeah, that makes sense. She runs the school for the ASL. Yeah, that's the one. Hey, I got Christine's photo right. And we got Edson and Flavio correct. But not Sonia. I need her maiden name. Yeah, that makes sense. And who did Susan get married to? Did I ever write this down? Her husband is deaf. That's all we know about him. Okay. As for Edson, his wife Sonia was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerede. And not publicly, yeah. Cupanui. Oh my goodness. Discreetly put in charge of a television station. Okay. Oh yeah, I guess we did find all of his affairs. I guess we've located all the affairs. We just need to figure out what they resulted in. Or who they resulted in. Okay, last I heard she was in charge of a propaganda station. But I don't know. Came into being in 1970 after a vacuum was created due to the removal of a different network at the hands of the Brazilian military dictatorship. Former television station. Okay. If you're in charge of a television station, I think you're a media mogul. Didn't her son have some famous girlfriend? Yeah, he's dating like a supermodel. Is it a job title issue? No, we don't have her maiden name. We only have her married name. So I can change her occupation later, but we need her name first. I wonder if maybe it would be listed somewhere else. Actually, Starlet might have... actually. How is Flavio not in Starlet? Teen Blast, here we go. Ashley York, a British model, appeared on the cover of Teen Blast. This appearance doesn't lead to any useful information, but another more recent appearance in text only mentions she's dating Flavio Suarez. It's defunct? Oh, is it? Oh, it is defunct. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Okay. His mother runs a media empire down there. Transmissio Paulo. Transmissio Paulo. I guess. She literally is a media mogul, yeah. Huh. Sonia Alves. She has shortened her name to Nia to stand out in the public's eye. Nia received a significant inheritance in 1980 and invested it in many different manufacturing businesses. Wait a minute. She received a significant inheritance in 1980? Or hush money, perhaps. Actually, hang on. I think we might be able to find out how much that inheritance was. 1980, it said? Well, there was a donation of $250 to that one. But, 1980. Nope, just $190,000 in travel expenses. So it might have been somewhere in there, but, not sure. There we go. Sonia Alves, media mogul. Or some of that development money. Yeah, perhaps. Okay. She is unmarried. She doesn't even appear in shareholder meetings. She sends a proxy. Huh. Fascinating. Huh. I see. Well, I hope that doesn't pick up on the microphone too much. Apparently, Ian is watching something scary downstairs. I can hear all the scary violins. I feel like we should be able to figure out who Susan got married to. Assume she wouldn't want her affair made public. I would assume so too. Maybe we could find it in a periodical. Okay. Amongst the avalanche of useless information, you almost miraculously discover one useful article. Someone defaced the school and vehicles outside of the brand new Hudson wing of the school. There were multiple broken windows. One of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. Huh. Okay. Hang on one sec. I'm gonna go close the door. Okay. That's a little quieter. Anyway, how are y'all doing tonight? Are you having an okay time? I know the stream's a little low energy. It's a little chill. Cold, my heater is off. Oh no! Oh, please warm up. Snowy. Oh my goodness.
Lucky Bunsen Goo.
Snagoo. Snowy, thank you for the 65 month. Oh my goodness. A follow-up article provides more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. The destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. Oh, thank God. According to the reporter's investigation into the police reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail. The school has agreed not to press criminal charges. Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances in the Butler County Times. 1982. There we go. 1982. This sounds like our guy, yeah. Thomas Hughes was a former student. Therefore, deaf. One of the teachers, Mrs. Hughes, could be Susan. That would make sense. How are we gonna find... Oh boy. Okay. So now what we need is Susan Hughes? Nothing. Maybe Susan also learned ASL from the school? So, She has been working at the school for over 15 years. She rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. She was responsible for securing funding. It mentions she learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing even existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. Okay, so maybe not. She's been working there for 15 years as of 1999. So that would be 84? Interesting. Ooh, okay. So 82 would be before she started teaching there. Few odd appearances here and there in the Butler County Times since 1990. Local students provide key evidence in scientific study. Mentions that the Ford sisters who attend public school in Butler County are one of only a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from 2 different genetic issues. One of them has asthma and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Miss Susie Ford is principal at the nearby Grandorf School for the Deaf. Was originally contacted by researchers looking to identify if there are any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. She asked her daughters Melissa and Heather could be useful, and it turns out they were. Daughters Melissa and Heather. My youngest, we call her that even though it's only by about 15 minutes, is shy, but hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she is the definition of an extrovert and is even performing in a local production of Is There Life After High School later this year. That's useful. Alright, what's this picture we got? Asthma. And is that an EpiPen? Yeah. Okay. Cute. So we've got, let me see. Okay. So the youngest, okay, the older one has asthma. The younger has a peanut allergy. And they would be, oh god, twins again. Guy was a twin too. True. Okay, so the names are Melissa and Heather. Shit. I don't know which one's which. Oh, wait a minute. One of them is in a production of Is There Life After High School? If you couldn't tell by now, a game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston was in musical theater all 4 years of high school. Anyways, the keyword in that Butler County Times article was local. I see, thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I get it now. Thank you for the clue. A Heather Ford. There we go. So this one's Heather. And this is Melissa. Is that right? Melissa and Heather. That's correct. Okay. And the article said it's a high school production. Couple of high school students. There we go. Rad. All the writing about Susie Ford is so clever. I know, it's pretty good. I'm kind of enjoying it. Ford Sisters? Is that a thing I can look up? Hi, how's it going?
It's good. I just want to do this.
You doing okay?
Check your texts. I'm okay.
Okay.
I love you.
Love you do.
So good.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay. All right. Okay. The husband was Hughes from the crime article where Susie works? I don't know. Here's the thing. This crime article is from 1982. Thomas Hughes was a former student at the school. He married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. Okay. So they got married and then she became a teacher there. So if he was, okay, so he was a former student there. She must have done the same.
If Guy had married Susie and taken her surname, his obituary would have read Ford.
F-O-R-D. Guy Ford? Okay. Current pregnancy was 1982. It is currently 1999. So that's 17 years, which matches up to the date of the twins. So, Thomas Hughes makes sense. And it's probably the reason why they split up. If he did all that property damage. I'm guessing. So, Heather and Melissa, were they born Ford or Hughes? I'm guessing they were born Ford, actually. Right, current pregnancy. So they probably split up. He was arrested before she gave birth, so probably Ford. Yeah, I'd also divorce the fuck out of that guy. I would also divorce my spouse if I found out they slept with a guy. I mean... the problem is that it means that they have bad taste, right? So where are we gonna find out about Christine, though? Okay. One of the farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Had a daughter who Sam never met. Right, they have a restaurant in Boston. She and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's. When she delivered produce from her mother's farm. That would be Elizabeth Farrow's farm. Need a more local resource. Can we look for like Boston Times. I want a local Boston paper. That's what I need. Heck. Where am I gonna get that from? Oh, check it out. We got all the company records done except for this one. Andrews, Douglas Rosenberg, Beatrice Watts, William Sams, Seinfeld, Gwyneth Madsen, Gwyneth Cattrall. Probably the Grandorf donation. That's probably the thread left. Gotta figure out what's going on with Boston. With Boston. Yeah, they went to the school. Sam Manson's book about Elias Roottree. Clark, 5Ps, UwUtreemania, Anonymom, and Jane Doe Roottree. We never looked into this one because it seemed like it was just a dead end. Yeah, she got DNA tested and wasn't a match. I heard Jane Doe Root Tree is gonna be recruitable in Zenless Zone Zero again, actually. Probably in like a month or two. As like a limited banner. So that's cool. Tart's broken again. This thing, let me tell you. She may have had an affair, though. Yeah. Anonymom's affair does not appear on your updated tree. Okay. Never mind. The legendary rat tits root tree. That's the one, yeah. Huh. Okay. So none of this is... We don't need any of this. Yeah, I guess no. Who did she have an affair with? I feel like the hardest... Okay. I'm going in on this one because we have the most information about it. This is going to be interesting to untangle. This is going to be the hardest one back here. Because this information just predates the internet too much, you know? So we're going to have to figure all that stuff out later, I think. And we have a new top secret document to look forward to, so that'll be good. That'll be cool. Alright. Christine Farrow Stephen Garland of Boston. I still think that's our best one. Carolyn Morden, Stephen Jones, and Brian Jones were featured in campaign posters, led to Carolyn's art book. Oh, that's right. What have Ron and Robbie been up to? Ron was almost set to take over the company and apparently reconciled with Robbie, but haven't heard hide or hair of either of them. Elizabeth, due to pregnancy, party for swingers. Who said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil, which is probably correct. That's probably right. Section where Sam speculates that Elias may have cheated on Gwyneth. Oh, right. Okay. So that's probably the extra information there. Dang. Okay. Christine Garland. Let's try searching some periodicals. That's the Butler County one. What about Business Watch? Nope. I wouldn't expect that. Portland, Oregon. Nothing. Antonelli's. Rochelle Zimmer sold the land the building was on. Rochelle and her husband Mark Zimmer have a few mentions. They were local business owners. Rochelle owned Antonelli's, an Italian restaurant, and Mark owned a local bookstore called Bookmarks. I gotta say, Bookmarks? Kinda cute. It's kinda cute. Mark was mentioned once in the Butler County Times when he was sued by Steve Garland? Huh. How did this happen? What happened here? I'm gonna need this in... Okay, this is the Garlands right here. Christine Farrell? Yes. I'm gonna highlight all of this, I think. Mark, what's going on here? I want to open a communist bookstore called Bookmarks. Kitchen Tales was a story-based recipe book credited to Mark Zimmer that had some success after it was featured on a morning talk show. One book collector states the publishers were unprepared for the demand and there was no second printing. You find an alternative medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients? One of Kitchen Tales' recipes used salt water. I mean, there's plenty of recipes that include salt water. I mean, anything where you're making pasta. If you switch out the salt water in the recipe for a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seawater. I don't know if I recommend that, unless you're boiling it. I mean, if you're boiling it, it's probably fine, but... Okay. Kitchen Tales by Mark Zimmer. What was the lawsuit about? Out of print. Re-released as Garnishing the Truth. Cute. A recipe book that contains stories. Nothing relevant. Why do I have the feeling that Garnishing the Truth has a different author? Credited to Garland and Zimmer. Aha. The recipes are accompanied by stories to help the reader remember the ingredients. Aha. Garland and Zimmer. Here we go. The introduction is a series of acknowledgements from Steve. The first is, Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You are the apple of my pie. Okay. All right. Stephen Garland. Okay, the second is to James and Robert. You're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher. James and Robert. Garland, I assume. You proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. I first met Steve in 78 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later, when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. So you might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Well, it turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled it at McCarran's brew house over a game of darts. They said they'd give us the first drink of the night free for an entire year for mentioning them. Huh. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money than spend a ton of money on lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friend so late in life, but when I decided to retire, I moved to Boston just so we could hang out. So if you're browsing this book in a bookstore, please buy our book. We need more money. And when the free beer runs out, and the bookstore could probably use the sale. Gimme the games. Thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. How are you? I'm sorry, that's gimme the games. Kinda charming. Kinda cute. I hope they became a couple. The plated loaf. Quote unquote best friend. For years, two bakers, Flowera and Yates, flirted. They grew their friendship, compared recipes, and combined knowledge. She loved his salt and pepper beard. He adored her rosemary cheeks. They thought sweetly about one another, but he was one day whisked away, conscripted to bake the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flora's tears began to salt her bread. The recipe asks the reader to combine flour, yeast, sugar, olive oil, and rosemary. Combine the salt and water together, and add to the mixture and whisk until the dough begins to form. It was 10 to 12 years later they met again, seemingly by fate. Flowera's unique dough had earned her a position as the king's personal baker. Yates has found success as well. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. And one day they returned from the Dutch Isles with a gift, 450 unbaked loaves. To teach a method that required no kneading. Allow the dough to proof for 10 to 12 hours, etc., etc. Okay. I think this is just a recipe. Oh. Okay, so we need James and Robert Garland becoming incredible chefs. Okay, so let's take a look for them. Nothing for James. Robert? No. I get the feeling some guy was the reason they could afford to start a restaurant. Nothing about bookmarks. Closed in 92, though. Lauren Roottree did do a book signing in 1970 there. Huh. Huh. Yeah, that story might be a wee bit metaphorical. I don't know if it's much help, though. Right, okay, so they fell in love with each other. They met again by fate. She was the king's personal baker, secretary. And he baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. Catering. Right, okay. Already prepared buns for the palace ovens. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by fears that he'd be unable to bake with her, that she'd face retribution for being unprepared. So I see. So he knew that she was already pregnant. He insisted she had no obligation to prepare for a return she thought impossible, but he shared her fear of retribution. He knew if they did not solve her predicament, they'd miss their final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape the future. They twisted and entwined their doughs and baked them as one. Thus was born the plated loaf. The king's decree on royal parchment was that it would be considered a delicacy. Bankrolled by the king, Flora and Yeats spent their days baking together. They traveled for 45 years, then settled down for 15 more. Their souls were golden, with no regrets. Aw. Okay. Huh. So the twisting of the dough is their two kids, I'm assuming. Huh. Huh. Or they got married. Something like that, you know. Huh. I don't suppose we'll find anything with this. No. Okay. It's actually really sweet. It is, if I'm reading this correctly. I can't bake for you. I'm already cooking the king's buns. Yeah, I think I'm reading this right. The plated loaf. Nothing. I was hoping there might be a clue in here as to the name of the restaurant or something. Doesn't look like it though. James and Robert Garland. Maybe McCarran's Brewhouse? It's a pub in Boston. They have a website. Apparently the bar's been around for a long time. There's a few listings of television shows and books that have mentioned McCarran's. There's a list of famous people that have had a drink there, including the former president of the United States, not of the Roottree Company, Kennedy. Kennedy's mentioned. One of them is Garnishing the Truth, which the site has this to say about local and regular Stevie G wrote a book about food. We prefer cocktails, but he gave us a shout out and we ain't gonna say no to free press. So go grab a bite at his kid's joint fried eye. Fried eye. They don't have a website, but many locals seem to mention them in various places. My Boston homepage. Whoever runs the page seems to just link to random sites related to Boston. Wicked overrated. I saw it in Chef's signature, so I went there and there was a huge line and they didn't have a single meat dish. What's the point? Another periodical? Yes. Here we go. I'm guessing this is going to be a vegetarian place? Right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Each restaurant lists one main dish that the head chef is known for. Fried Eye's signature is the samosa cone. Let's go. Can a vegetarian diet be trendy? Sitting down with the Garlands, new boys in Boston. Boston. What did... Okay. A play on the tie-dye shirts that the servers wear. Exclusively serves vegetarian dishes. Heavily inspired by the powerful spices found in Thai and Indian food. Samosa cone, which from a distance somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream. It contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and a special ginger-based sauce. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James. Robert's younger. Robert. James and Robert. Okay. Most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. My father was a chef, and my mother grew up in a farm that supplied his restaurant. That's how they met. Don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that since we moved here before I could even talk, but they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Fried Eye. When we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. His line cook gig ended up being less temporary than he hoped. She had to go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. Huh. I guess that makes sense. Spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skills at home. Mom always had an eye for the best vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass that on to us. According to the article, their parents, who are now retired, visit Fried Eye often. They even have a signature dessert, the Sistine Apple. Jesus Christ. That's a bad one. That's a bit of a stretch. Apple pie has always been my mom's favorite. My dad always had this stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. Most people realize it's a Sistine Chapel pun and assume that's all there is to it, but it's actually named after them, sort of. Uh-huh. I see. The Sistine Apple. Jeez Louise. All right, I'm gonna go with what I'm just gonna okay. Just gonna go with whoever looks older. What dorks, I hope they get the root tree money. Me too.
Hey there, it's us. So I just have to say, the work you're doing here is fantastic.
You're colluding.
So fantastic, in fact.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go ahead.
We want you to stop.
Well, our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises, is having trouble keeping up.
I know all about Ruby.
They're actually begging us to stop submitting new root trees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
Well, consider that a good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
I mean, we'd have to run out eventually, right?
He says that like I didn't believe her. Regardless, the bad news is it's going to take 5 potential tree additions before anyone locks in from now on. Good luck.
And keep up the good work.
Okay, no problem. There we go. I think we're done over here. Mission complete. Alrighty. We've figured out Guy's bullshit. What an asshole. What a complete mess. Oh my goodness. Okay. I will say, for Guy. Okay, here's the thing. If it's true that Guy helped them open up a restaurant, and also helped open up a wing of the ASL school, that's good. You know, that's a good thing. And then there's Dirty Davy. Yeah. To be honest, guys, Hush Money did more good than most of what went to other root trees, even if Guy did it for the wrong reasons. Probably. I mean, it probably funded some better things. He did fund the propaganda wing of the Brazilian junta. Like, that is bad. That was bad. Yes. Absolutely bad. Yes. The stuff with Shinyu and the rest of the Langs is fine. Doesn't seem like... It seems pretty neutral. All things considered. Funding Christine and Steven's heckin' restaurant and Susan's school is good. He didn't give shit to Joanna, though. Like, David was growing up in poverty. Like... So that's also bad. Can you fake a DNA test? I mean, yeah. Definitely. Langs, who I got completely backwards. Ah, I see. Understandable. Alright. Now we need to figure out Mark's bullshit. And we're also gonna need more about Bess Williams. Where would we find out more about? Hmm. Her only notable book. Building where it once sat is now... Oh, find a website for the library system in Miami. Okay. Searching for the Miami Print Museum, you come across their website. Printing press used by the Miami Sunday, a now defunct weekly newspaper. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. So we did look into the Miami Sunday. It is defunct. It merged with another periodical and became the Miami Mercury Sunday. Oh, there it is. Okay. Which folded after only a year. Oh. The Miami Mercury Sunday was the outcome of merging two smaller failing newspapers. This resulted in one larger failing newspaper. Cool. Which was tied for the longest title for an American newspaper at the time. Okay. So what if I check for the Miami Mercury by itself? There we go. It was at least partially archived and available via your periodical search. There we go. Miami. Do you think Miami has anything about Crocodile Clementine? Because I'm going to guess no. I think he was operating out of California, actually. We do know somebody else from Florida, though, besides Bess Williams. The Miami Mercury had an article about Bess Williams' section in the library when it was being built in 1928. Mentions that Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during the dedication. Interesting. Had a later mention from 49, the last year the paper existed, about a bidding war for a planned expansion of the library in 50. The bidding was won by Wildcat Construction and included a new statue fountain and a second room that would double its shelf count. Seems to have ceased operations in the 60s. Okay. Constructing a Better World. Frank Wildcat Williams left Florida in 41, a construction worker, and returned a hero. He won the Navy Cross for his bravery and sacrifice, having carried a fellow soldier to safety under heavy Nazi fire. Now he and his wife Ophelia are carrying his fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Ophelia? Hmm. $47. Oh gosh, okay. Frank's company focused on creating opportunities for soldiers finding difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia has handled outreach to the wives of local veterans who are able to provide insight into their husbands' needs and conditions. She's found 13 veterans of the war to serve as Frank's employees. The community support has been unendingly and overwhelmingly positive. If Frank bids on a project, other local companies have decided to step back and let his soldiers handle it. Oh. And he built a statue of his mom. Huh. Bids are often not as low as they expected. Problem for them is that essentially Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it has caused an uproar and accusations of being un-American. Ophelia. Frank Williams.
What note is played if you drop a piano down a mine shaft? A flat minor.
I get it. I get it. Oh my goodness. Alright, Ophelia Williams. Nothing. Nothing. Howdy. I see. Okay. No problem. All right. I think we've made some pretty good progress today. I think we might be able to finish this next session. But I think that's about it for me tonight. I think he needs me to do stuff. It was snowing a bunch and I need to go shovel.